Man, how do console players handle low field of views? Like, look at this. Walking up to a ladder in this game, okay? If I could, like, figure out how to walk. Like, oh my gosh, hold on. Let me just do this real quick here. Like, look at this, okay? Ladder, okay? You walk up to it, and it's your entire field of view that it fills the screen. It's insane. How do console players do this? Sure, in theory, No Man's Sky lets you change the field of view, but it doesn't actually work. Hello. Today we are continuing. They don't mess with it, never had. Yeah, they were playing Turok on N64 with 45 degrees field of view, and then they see this and think, oh, it's so much better.
Subscribe for 20 months and says walk 3 steps. Achievement. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Or the tier 1 sub and for 20 months. I appreciate that. I'm said 3D FPS games that have your eyes in the middle of your stomach. They're all stupid. I don't know about that. I don't think it's that far down. Climb a ladder ILL. It also pretty much feels your field of view. How close are you putting your head to that ladder? Anyway, apparently office internet died, so I'll have to have that sync my save at home. But all right, have you ever walked along with your hands up by your nose? Oh, well, if that's what you mean, I never hold my hands out straight at all.
On a 9-month streak. End of line.
Philip, thank you for the 10 months of Prime sub there. Yes, that. I'm distracted. Sorry. At least figured out ladder controls since Half-Life 2. Oh, not No Man's Sky. It's awful. I wish I could just cut a hole in the floor up above me and jetpack up there. Can't wait for the Windows 95 30th anniversary video. Oh, yeah, that's not happening. You, along with 3 million other commenters, will keep waiting for a long time. Walk with my hands straight out all the time, which may explain strange looks like. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, hello. Today we are continuing the development process for the CD robot here, and making it work.
Developer says CHER 100. CD Ripper fleet deployed by your command.
Sleepy, thank you for the 100 bits. Well, Philip, either way it works. Yeah, okay. So today we're going to implement the unload command, which there are 2 ways we can do, and we're going to implement both in case I decide I don't want it, but we're going to try and do the full, oh, that's right, it's actually active. I won't mess with it too much. We're going to try and implement the full custom lower to drop unload that we can do, since we now know how to control every single aspect of how this thing works. There is something that I would like to try, but I think I'm going to punt that as a nice to have, not a need to have, and not try to figure it out. So let's just go over to the computer and look at some stuff, and I'll walk through what all it is we are doing today. Okay. Alrighty, okay. Alright. Let's put the switch 2 away. Okay, how do the Amazon orders go? So the SATA adapters are not here yet. I don't even think I have a delivery estimate for those yet, other than today. So let me see. It won't matter. They're not coming here. Let's see. Yep, still just today. They're not actually out for delivery yet. All right. So first I want to demonstrate something to you guys that I didn't do yesterday. I have changed none of the code since yesterday, so this just works. But it's something I forgot that we implemented. Well, I implemented, I guess. That totally works. Let me just flip that around so I can make sure that this sees everything correctly. Okay. So the setup here is the first bin is empty, and the second bin has all of the disks. Actually, I'll just remove that bin because it doesn't really matter. So what's going to happen is the ARM is going to, I'm going to tell it to load a disk, the ARM, but it's set to use bin 1. But it's going to try to load a disk from here, not find any, and then automatically go to bin 2. This was logic that was already added in yesterday, and it totally works. So check this out. Says, hey, that's a trick. There's no CDs there.
CHER 100. We rip by your command.
Come on, that's pretty awesome, isn't it? Fontrez, thank you for the 100 bits. So yeah, that part is working. So the next thing we need to do is implement unload with the bin management system here. So let me first remove that disk, and we're gonna swap this back to here. I kind of wish there was like any, like, maybe I should silver Sharpie, like a circle around the base for where the bins go, because once you have this covered, these like little alignment pegs are really far into the disk, so you're just sliding it around until it manages to pop in. It's not easy to tell where it goes. Ah, okay. CD Changer is fun to watch. It's really cool.
Aleratec says CHER 100. Batteries drained. Power failing. I can do nothing by your command.
Yeah, you can't override the speed of the ending phrase. Thank you for the 100 bits, Loma Jaco. Do you have a bot to put CDs back in their cases? No, and that part's gonna suck. But that's also why the order preservation code was something that I've already worked out on this. So, as it goes through the stack, just quickly, say it loads the first 3 disks, and then the third disk is really short. Maybe that was one of the singles, like the Enter Sandman here, and that one finishes. And then it needs to load disk 4, but the other 2 disks aren't finished, and it should unload disk 1 first. It will wait until disk 1 and 2 are finished gripping before it unloads those. That logic of the code already exists for when the unload signals are sent, but we have to program this as to what the unload signal actually does still. So that's the next part. But for now, that logic is there in the background. I can test that with individual drives if, you know, they wouldn't all suck so much power that it browns out the USB ports. Still can't believe that was the problem. That's insane. All right. We also don't have a proper calibration command here. Sorry about the yawning. Total money sink, but vinyl video discs. You mean CEDs? Oh, yeah, you're talking about CEDs. Okay. DC hack. All right, so that's the load command. Now, we don't have the JSON instance data working yet. No, there's coffee right there. It just doesn't work that way. So we're not loading from JSON data yet. That's fine, whatever. So we'll just leave that for now. We'll add that after the eject. So yeah, all right, let's work on eject. All right, we can copy a lot from this, actually. Tried checking out my enclosure. Does mooch the 5-volt rail the hub, or it's generating it itself, but black on black PCB is totally unhelpful in that regard. Yeah. Had to go to decaf for medical reasons. Ooh, that's awful. You know those people that have ADHD. You know what caffeine does for them? It actually brings them down. All right. So we never need to touch bin load. We'll just load bin unload. All right. Wait if the arm is active. Yeah, we do need to do that again. Should this just be a function? I feel like maybe it should. Hold on. Def active self and then meh. Yeah, basically that's it. And then self dot active. Okay. So now what'll happen? Oh, actually, while instance active. There we go. Maybe I should just make this a variable. All right, so like we're gonna replace this with a load from a JSON file. That'll check if there's another process using the ARM. All right, so then if it's active, if this were true, it would get stuck on this and count 1 second at a time. It will never return execution from this until this is false and it's no longer active. We're reserving one of the hoppers specifically for disposing of disks, be wise, or some other plan. That's how it has to work. The only other option would be to program in one of the, I did actually want to try this. Hold on. We're going to do something stupid and evil. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. So it will pick this up just fine. No, this isn't the Lord CD. This is the disc that goes on top of the spindle spool stuff when it's empty. So I'm going to put that on there. All right. Now we're gonna add a new command here. Def throw self. Let's go drive. This is rapid unload. Okay, so the first thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need to grab the disk from the drive. But we need to do something different. So we're going to grab unload, okay. I forget, is there a way to stop this? Yeah, there is a stop command, isn't there? Or did we think there was a stop command and there's not actually? Hold on, let me go back to the Discord server where people were looking at the code, the driver, because I think there was speculation of a stop command, but I don't think it actually is. Let's see. Okay. So there's clear alarm, cancel last command, D102. Let's see what that is. Emergency stop, cancels current command. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. Okay. So we're going to run command all of this. We're just going to grab all of this, actually. Just going to grab the whole unload. Okay. Chuck, or put that in there. We're not doing the chucking yet. Removing disk in home position. Okay. So at this point, we will now issue. Did I put emergency stop up here? I don't think I did. So let's do C1, oh, there is stop right there. Stop. Okay, perfect. Go back down here. So stop. And then clear alarm if there is one. We don't need that. All right. Oh, actually, no. We want it to remove the disk. We need to do this when we're in the home position. Okay, then these should never happen. That's all cool or whatever. Okay. Then what we do, we send the move, the direct arm move commands. Okay, where are these at? They're up higher. Quickly move. There we go. Quickly move counterclockwise. We're gonna have to follow this up. Sleep, or time, sleep. Let's go with like 0.25. Give it 250 milliseconds here. And then we'll give it the same amount after. And then we'll do the stop. All right. And then we have C6 is the release. Move arm. Blah, blah, blah. Where is it? Load, unload, motor control. Clear. Disk clamp. Okay, release disk is that. Okay, so we will quickly move from the home position counterclockwise, wait a quarter of a second, release the disk, wait another quarter of a second, and then stop moving the arm. Okay. We are picking up the disk from the drive. We technically kind of have a hopper, but not really. Hopper equal 1. It doesn't matter. So let's go with throw. Run it. No, what's the problem? Command argument follow. Ah, we gotta have the keyword. Hold on. Hopper equal 1. All right. Running. All right. Oh, this is not gonna work. Well, we'll see what the motion does. The tray is gonna close and it's not gonna open again. So it's about to fail. Unless... Wait, why did it not... All done, disk inserting, continuing. Wait, what are you waiting for? Load. Okay. Tray close. Disk inserted, continuing. That's weird. See, oh, I know what I did wrong. Hold on. Okay. I need... Okay. So yeah, that kind of broke it. That's fine, whatever. We need to grab, not that from load. We need the drive index plus 1. That's what we want. Okay. Drive equal drive index plus 1. That'll work. Okay. Now I'll just time sleep 3. And we'll do a tray open. Time sleep 3. Okay, let's try that again. No, it's not the Lord CD. It's just the top clear disk that goes onto a on a spindle of new disks. Okay, waits 3 seconds. Ah, what do you mean error? Drive load is not defined. Fine. There. Run it one more time. Hold on, but I gotta pull the disk out. It's oddly iridescent. Yeah, it is. They put the pits on it for some reason. Okay, I just fixed. There was one error because I referenced a variable that didn't exist. I fixed that. Okay, one more try. I hope there's a secret firmware command somewhere in here that does this too. No! It was close. Hold on. There was an error if hopper 5, but there is no hopper variable. That's what happened. In home position. Okay. And then I wrote stop, which ended it there. Yeah, that was what happened. Okay. So, my fault. That was close. It was close. Camera blanked at that exact moment. Oh, it was disk up and then disk down. Okay, let me try and restart the splitter. Okay, so I fixed it. It complained that this variable didn't exist. I'm like, we're doing like a super hack job here, you know. Unlike all the normal commands for chucking a disk across the room automatically. Replacing a motor with a V8, yeah. Well, that was weird. What? Bin was empty, disk was not in... That is weird. I think it managed to grab the disk in such a way that it didn't register on the sensor. I'm just going to rerun the command. That was strange. Saying it needs to be coyote swapped, Easiac? Okay. Well, that's going to be a good thing to know about, that it might have a sensor issue. All right, here we go. Oh, so close! Okay, we got to time it a little better. Little better. Okay, hold on, we're making progress. I think it needs a little more time. Let's give it, do you think we have, let's try 3/4 of a second. How about that? I'm nervous to give it a whole second to start moving. So we'll try 3/4 of a second and see how that goes. Okay. Give me the disc. Ah! Wow, it's like it's... Is there a delay on the clamp release or something? This is super
David
duper
says,
tangent.
I heard there was a secret string that made all the silencing CHER 100 by your command.
David, thank you for the 100 bits, and there is indeed. So I can release them before starting the movement. Yeah. So 7.5 is definitely the longest I want to go. That's 1 total second of movement, and that's almost the entire travel. You didn't put your delay after the release. No, so it sends command to move, then sleeps, then release. You gotta, DZAC. The hole in the dummy disk is too big? No, you have no delay before the move. Yeah. I don't think I should need a delay before the move, though. It sends the move, then it should wait 3/4 of a second, then it should release, then it'll wait another 1/4 of a second for the disc like actually fall, then stop. Yeah, I'm wondering that too, stay hydrated, if there's some kind of delay to it. Pick up the disc, then move immediately. What do you mean? No, this is great, MB. Also, MB, the real answer is there's 3 hoppers. One will always be empty. That's the real answer. Now back to business here. Is it colliding with the action of collecting the disk from the drive that's absorbing your sequence? I don't believe so. I mean, I could add a 2-second delay here. I think I can shorten both of these as well. They seem to go pretty good. So I had a 1-second delay or 2-second delay before it begins the move, then the delay, then the throw. See if maybe it does need to stabilize. Yeah. So let's try that. No way to pull the arm to see if it has moved to position. No. So we don't currently think, at least I don't think, there is a way to know the actual position of the arm. Every movement is time-based when you do custom movements. That's why I was avoiding or having the longer delays in the middle. I'm putting those back. So the disk drive did not have enough time to read that there was a disk. So yeah, we're going back to the 3-second delays in between everything. Oh, no. It's really not, you know what, I'll just grab it. You don't need 2 of those, sorry. Gimme. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it released, paused, and then moved. I don't get it. So the weirdest part of that was the slow move up as it was going. That was the weirdest part. I don't know why it was doing that. I think I want it to home. I think we
Edward
home.
17S subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 23 months. And says hello all.
End of line.
Network 17, thank you for the Prime sub and for 23 months. I really appreciate that. Welcome to a totally normal stream where we do the things that we're supposed to be doing. Okay, here's what I've done. I just added a home command before the 2-second wait. So it should be in a known state before it starts everything. What happens if you remove the release command? It won't release it. I guarantee it. Oh man. You know, you might actually be onto something, Majenko. There might be a release in there as part of clear alarm or stop. You might be onto something. Yeah, I think that is what it is.
100. Everything is totally normal here. But normal is a local variable.
End of line.
That's weird. Why didn't it not do the move? Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, let's get rid of the...
Lotters says CHER 100. Wait, this is not a normal stream.
End of line.
Let's get rid of all of this. So we get to TD 402, and then we stop. This doesn't produce an error. It's for disk removed continuing. Driver's empty, disk not... Oh, that was a different kind of error. The sensor didn't detect it that time. Driver's empty, disk not removed. Weird. Okay, so clear alarm. I don't think we have an alarm. So let's get rid of this. Let's run... Okay, hold on. Von Trench, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, we're running stop to end the motion. I have disabled clear alarm, and I'm not running any of the throw code here. So I'm just going to comment this out, and I want to see if it just holds the disk up there. So let's try this, because I think Majenko could be onto something. It's just dropping it.
The fourth law of robotics. You must not cause damage to any compact disks unless such action would violate the FIRST3 laws. By your command.
Majenko, thank you for the 100 bits. Deck Talk, go home, you're drunk. Wow, it really hates this disc. I wonder if it's upside down or something. Maybe that could be impacting it? I don't know. I'm just gonna rerun the command. Oh man. Philip, we are doing high quality work right now. Oh man, I might have to go to chucking one of the actual CDRs here. Okay, now we see if it just... Oh, it does release it. Okay. Let's try something different. It's gonna be a little more complicated. All right. We're gonna get rid of the load command and all of that for right now. Controller, we're gonna do... No, we're not gonna do that. We'll keep throw. Okay. Okay. We're gonna use send command. That is in load. Yeah, hold on here. Okay. Or is it in there? Saying you send command? Send CMD send. Okay, some is still using it. Good. Initialize, that makes sense. Okay. Go back to throw. All right. We're going to do a return here. So we're not going to run the rest of the code for right now. Return. Okay. I want to see, we're going to move to drive 1 height calibration position. And I want to see if this will put the spindle in the position to clamp the disc. So for kicks, we might as well just do the rest of it. So that will be clamp. And then we can send home, and it should be holding onto it. Don't do that. It is latched, by the way. So there's that. Okay, so we need tray open still. Tray open. Time sleep, 2 seconds. Stop trying to read the disc, you stupid thing. Oh, so close. Okay. So I'll do that, and then a move down, like just barely inch it down, I guess. So move down, followed by a 0. Watch previous 2 streams. Did USB to SATA adapters arrive yet? Yes, and they failed. Unless you mean the new ones. The pure ones that don't do power stuff are not here yet. Oh! Okay, there we go. Now we're cooking. You guys ready? Yin, you're here just in time. Don't worry about what this function name is called. It's only going to be the best things for this. Here we go. Does its little stretch to warm up. And what? Oh no, there was an error. Hold on, I messed up. It was so close. One moment, hold on. We just need to move these into this. Okay, now that should run. Here we go. Maybe the firmware has anti-heat protection. Ah! Bad! dead! No! What on earth? Yeah. Huh. All right. Let's try something different. So I think what may have happened is that it wasn't able to communicate with it quickly enough because I hadn't opened the serial device directly. I'm going to reduce this to a quarter of a second too, by the way. Okay, this I think will work. Yeah, it does not have an end stop switch. Okay. Let's try this one more time.
Wesley Nixon says CHER 100.
I won't do what you tell me by your command.
Laura Coon says CHER 100. I'm going to blame the CX.
End of line.
Wesley, thank you for the 100 bits, and Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I guess this time I should be ready to hit the power supply. Oh, that was just pathetic. It didn't even drop it. Don't tell me it really won't drop it if it's moving. No. Hold on. So the one safety check. I know, right? Boo.
Contact says
Mode is accessible number 5. Number 5.alive.cher 100.
End of line.
But Jago, thank you for the 100 bits. Are commands strictly sequential? Because if that's the case, you probably can't. I'm not sure what you mean by sequential. They don't have to be executed in a particular order. I mean, there are some that you have to do for like setup reasons, but they don't all have to be in order. What if we can trick it? What if we send it stop, which does seem to drop?
82S subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 26 months.
End of line.
Hey, give me that. Ah! Come on! Okay. So I tried sending stop. That didn't work. What if we, like, we really mean it, please do. Okay, I'm gonna have it open the tray. I'm gonna have it wait like 4 seconds so that I can put the disc back in there. Okay, there we go. Yes, Yin, we're trying to make it throw the disc. Let's just, for a sanity check, make sure it will actually drop it after the fact. Propulsion rights management, yeah. Well, now that's curious. I'm going to get rid of the home. What if it thinks it's not holding a disk? Gah! Yeah, okay, fair enough. It does need to go back up. It just doesn't want to drop it, man. Okay, so just to test, if I put this here, so it'll go up, and then it should drop it. Okay, so the drop command does work. Huh.
Ninety-one RAers from T2 SDE have joined.
End of line.
T2 SDE Raiders, hello and welcome. I have been reverse engineering the command protocol for this Aleratec Auto Publisher LS, which is a disk duplicator meant for CDs and DVDs. It has a robotic arm that can pick up and move disks from bins to drives over here. And I'm currently trying to teach it how to throw a CD. But so far, it seems like it will not release the clamp during a move command, which is very disappointing. So I'm trying to figure out how I can get it to just chuck that disc, but so far, no dice. I'm going to try having it do a stop and then the releases. Maybe I can have it clamp and then release or something. I don't know. Yeah, it just does not want to play ball with me. So maybe if I tell it to clamp in the middle of that and then unclamp, it'll work. So we have this serious stuff here, yeah. In a little bit, I'm going to program in a proper unload sequence for this. The real secret that I haven't told my viewers yet is that I actually do need to do this, not to make it chuck the disc. I meant I should have gotten rid of this command here.
100 Shelby manages to succeed, ends up with CT embedded in the plasma.
End of line.
Yeah, I would be so sad. Thank you for the 100 bits, Chloe. What I need this to kind of work because I need to be able to do a custom move command down and then release the disk so that it doesn't release the disk from as high up. Hey, Well, I guess we can test without actually having the CD in there, although it still didn't release. That's so weird. Dump the firmware and get rid of any safety nonsense. Yeah, no kidding.
Magicotech says CHEER 100 Magicotech is just testing something on the deck talk. Please ignore this message.
Yeah, okay.
End of line.
Oh, well, actually, that might be a real thing. Huh. Weird. Yeah, so this is, I forget exactly which version, but it's a older deck talk than like the software one. Thank you for the 100 bits, though, Majenko. Man, it really thinks it seems like it does not want to release it during a move. This is meant for a burning setup or for archiving. I'm going to use it for archiving. The initial reason that it was produced was for disk duplication for low volume publication, which is why it's called an auto publisher. Yeah, I think Helicroft's right, and it does have yeet lock. So disappointing. Let's try and remove all of the release commands during the move, and then see if we can get it to release it after the move. Because, like, I do need it to be able to do that.
Also in perplexed that there were none jokes about clamps from Futurama's Robot Mafia CHEER 101.
I'm pretty sure I did that
End of
last
line.
weekend. Oh, that could be a problem. But thank you for the 101-bit swarm. You'd buy one? I mean, I guess this would make that practical. I don't have a lot of music, though. It really wouldn't be worth it. Wait 100? Ah, you're right. I should put in a time delay. We'll wait half a second, then do it. Yeah, no problem, Swarm. Ah! Dang it. Well, at least we'll see if it releases. It did. Okay. Wow, it really doesn't want to do a release during a move then. That's extremely disappointing. Lame. I mean, yeah, Desiac, but we don't actually need this, and I'm not cracking it open more just to do that. All right. We give up. That was fun, but it does not make a whole lot of sense. All right, here's the real reason that we're doing this, though. Okay, let me show you legit reason. So we have moved to bin 3 calibration position. I can stick that in there instead. All right. Actually, we stick that maybe here. We go 31. All right. Then we can do a move down. So move down CO2 here. Boom. And then we'll wait half a second. And then we can do a D0. And then we do a release. So if we do that, and then just a return. I like how there's like 6 different returns in this function. Look at the microcontroller. Tells the arm to be impossible. No, I'm not really looking to get that far into it for this joke feature. All right, so what it'll do, that's not quite what I was thinking. Let's 31. Hold on, do I have this wrong? Oh, it's 13, not 31. Duh. Okay. This may not work because the stupid drive really wants to try and read that blank disk. There we go. So now it'll move down. So that didn't work. So the disk just like fell cockamamie in there. So what we're gonna do now is we can go back to the code. I can add in like 2.5 seconds, rerun it. It's like a 50-50 chance that it tries to read the disk if it, yeah. Bad robot. Well, bad CD drive. So now it'll go down in there, and then it would release it. That's the goal. So 2 seconds isn't enough either, and I'm going to just flip this. You know what? I'm going to really quick, just going to put a Sharpie mark on this side so that I know that's the side I want up, because it can then try and read the other side. Okay, so that was 2.5. We're going to just go for 5 seconds. Oh, wait, hey, it's trying to drop the disc without a delay after that move. That's weird. Maybe the quick moves are protected only. I think this one's going to work. Well, that's not its fault. The calibration isn't great, and it hit the... Oh, the bin's not in the correct spot. I think it got bumped out. There we go. I can't get the disc out from around the robot. There we go. Yeah, I think I bumped it trying to remove it. Okay. Sharpie up. I'm just going to rerun the same command one more time. No take, only throw. Do the bins not have any form of mount? They have plastic pegs on the bottom that you have to, stupid CD drive, that you have to align perfectly. And they're not great. I've determined this CD drive just hates me. We're going to run that one more time. When it's like, well, you burn 100 discs overnight, but the bin wasn't lined up and it broke every disc? Yeah. Here we go. This should work. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's so nice. That's super awesome. So, 5 seconds is for a fully empty bin. So what we do, yeah, it's pretty much perfect. So what we do is we keep count of how many discs are in that bin, and we divide that by, or we just multiply that by 100 minus number of discs in bin over 100 or something like that. We just reduce the time proportionally to how many discs are in there. Yeah, that'll be great. Now, we can make this slightly less dumb. So, at this point, that is our go-to bin. So we can actually do this here. And this will be our... We'll use the actual correct normal unload for the start. And then we can run our commands for the correct bin. This will be whatever unload bin is. So self instance bin, we'll do this plus bin unload. And then that's basically it. Oh, you couldn't see the code, my bad. So this is now the original unload. Bad robot. Oh, okay, that was my fault. I gotta stringify this int. So here's what we're doing. We're using the unload bin, post-fixing it to the command that is move to that bin position, and then we'll do that. Had TVD explode about 10 years ago. I have never had that happen. All right, so now we'll run this. And then we just accidentally created our unload command doing the throw stuff. Bad robot. Was it clear alarm? Which one of these caused it to drop the disk? I think that was the problem, wasn't it? One of those other commands makes it do a drop. Let's find out if it's stop or something. I bet it's stop. Now it tries to throw. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to complicate things. I guess I am going to have to do the full custom command. That sucks. That really sucks. Hmm. Well, unfortunately, I think we need to find the continue command that I theorize exists. Great. So, CO5. There is enable multi-step command here. Now, was a C503 found? No. Okay, hold on. I want to just try this really quick. So if I open the serial interface here and I send it C05D03, what does it give me back? I think that's error. If I do home, I guess that's a... That might be acknowledged. Yeah, thing is directly serial to USB, yes. What if I just put random garbage in here? Yeah, we get the same response back. No acknowledge. So 501 is, or 0 is disable steppers. So if I do that, then I can come over, manually wobble it. 501 locks them. I can't move it anymore. 502 enables multi-step commands. And 503 is nothing. Wait a minute. Why did it just take 503 there? Okay, it doesn't like 504, but it does like 503. Okay. Yeah, I can't read the output either, if it makes you feel better. That's where QCOM sucks. There's some other terminal program that everyone wanted me to use that sucked more, so. Okay, 0, 1, motors are locked. 503. So we could do an unload. C4. So if we do C04, D01, yeah, N03. The last thing we ran was C or DO3. Okay, what does that do? Ooh, didn't like that. Okay, DOO, DO1. There are no errors. Motors are active. Then I run this. It doesn't like it. Okay, what's clear alarm. Let me go back to this. I'm gonna do that, but in the initialization area, I'm going to remove the enable multi-step. So, resource busy, fair. Close. Yeah, I'm actually going to turn it off and on again. Reinitialize it. So this puts it into a weird setup where it will attempt to partially do multi-step commands. So I can now go over here and eject the tray. I'm going to open the port directly and run this command, and it should just go try to grab the disk. Exactly. Okay. Well, that's doing more than I would have guessed. Well, now I'm confused. Wait, 503 is documented. Or sent. What? 503. Where was 50? No. 103 was sent. Wait, what? Didn't we determine we had to send that to enable multi-step commands? What just changed? We re-enable the motors, you disable the motors as you send the cal data, you re-enable them after the cal data, you do D103, which, do I actually have this marked? Because I don't remember. End calibration, seems like it re-enables the ability to send more commands, only if cal data was sent. Okay, yeah, so that's cal end. This re-enables motors, and then that homes. Yeah. Well, that's fun. All right, here's the reason that I really want to continue down this path that I'm currently trying to go down. The short tray where it goes down and then wiggles in, we will lose that if I try to manually perform the unload. I really don't understand why stop has to drop the disk. I wonder if there's a different command we could send that... Maybe we should try... Ooh. Okay, we'll leave that back. Instead of sending stop... Let's try... motor off. So this... Let's see what that does. Watch, it releases the clamp as well. Temporarily for the initialization, let's disable the tray closing. Nope. What was that? Wait a minute. Does motor off work during a move? No, bad. No, it does not. Okay. Fine. That's really unfortunate that there is just no interrupt option. I want to see if I have another one of those clear discs. Just tap out like a bad CDR. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. I'm going to put this disk in here. And then I'm just going to run the unload command directly. And I want to see what the aerodynamic properties are with a disk in there. Because you might be surprised at how much better it will be with a disk in there already. So for eject here, I'm just going to basically clone all of this. Hold on. Let me just... that's basically all I need to run. CO4, DO1, N0003, then return. Okay. I don't think so, Yin. Especially how it seems to enforce movements in very particular ways.
NEODRAGON
Yeah.
90SIZCHER 100.
Don't you know you can't always trust robots? They don't always work by your command.
Dragon, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, see, it's so much cleaner with the disk in there already, but we can't do that. There can't be a disk. Yes, Yin, that would be an option. I think that was something we'd talked about previously as well. What issues are you fixing now? I want a soft unload. So let me demonstrate this one more time. So we have a disk in there. Oh, look, CentOS with DaVinci Resolve on it. How useful. So we want to unload this disk into that hopper in the back, all right? What we want to do is not totally destroy the disk by dropping it from super high up. So if the thing wasn't stupid, it would have grabbed the disk and then release it right there, which lets the disk not have to fall as far. Because the normal unload command releases the disk at the top of the hopper, and usually the first disk bounces and doesn't land smoothly. And it lands crooked, and then all of the other disks will just be on there. So I want to do that unload that I just demonstrated that did not work. Why didn't it work? D12 is bin to 7012. No, that should be. Oh, I got rid of the go to drive 1 position. That'll work now. Okay. So just rerun it. Layer of sponge at the bottom of the hopper. Well, here's the thing. It needs to be able to detect. Be faster to implement shimmy routine rather than rely on the composite commands. Yeah, maybe. I also kind of don't like how it just mashes into the tray with my command. But yeah, so this is the graceful drop. See, that's so much nicer. Yeah, that's easy, Willie, though. I'm not concerned about that. Having a computer just increment a number is cake. And then we just divide the time that it goes down by 100 minus the number of disks in there because the hopper holds 100. Azrael, low production manufacturing, low volume. This burns CDRs. That's not glass mastering. Actual CD production uses stamping. It's totally different. Hmm. For now, we can just implement the non-smart unload just to continue. And then later on, we can implement the custom unload. And then it can be, maybe I can add a choice for the user to choose custom unload or like original unload. Yeah, Philip. It is kind of crazy. Anyway, the hoppers need to be empty, or the hoppers. Let me phrase it this way. So I see it being very common to have two hoppers that are partially filled. All right. So let's say I set up 10 disks in a ripping session. All right. I then put those in hopper one, let the robot start. Okay. Then I can start on a larger set and I can be entering in metadata while the robot goes. And then once it starts getting close to finishing off hopper one, I can take whatever I've got in hopper two, put it on the machine, and then it'll automatically detect that it has ran out of disks in hopper one and then move over to hopper two. But what that means is hopper three then has the rejects from hopper one that have already been ripped. So I need to be able to remove hopper three so I can take those out before I put it back. So it has to use hopper one for the unloading for hopper two. So it's always going to unload to one hopper beneath the disk or the hopper that it is loading from. So it's going to unload hopper one entirely. When it detects no disk at the bottom of that hopper, it knows to move over to the other hopper and then start working from there, which guarantees that the bottom of hopper one will always be empty for hopper two. So that's why I say that adding in the aerodynamic optimization disks at the bottom isn't ideal, unless I take them and I use a hole saw and boom, cut out the middle, but that I don't know if that'll disturb the aerodynamics too much by allowing more airflow. That's the unknown. And hole saws are expensive, and I'm not gonna do it with like a hacksaw or something. So no, the distance doesn't help. The problem is whether or not I use the original unload for the drive trays. That's the biggest problem. The soldering iron. Oh man, melting polycarbonate with a soldering iron is not going to be pleasant. What size hole saw? I don't know, like inch and a half, maybe 2 inches. Don't bring one. Just don't. I don't really like that solution to begin with. Building your own functions, utilizing the robotics that already exist. I can't add sensors to it. That's not possible. Let me know when you want to borrow one. CNC one, yeah. So we can use the original unload, but I can't find a command that doesn't cause it to drop the disk. Wait a minute. That's fine. Wait a minute. Just move it right there. Or does that work? Didn't we have a move to short tray position? Well, home. Clear of drives, drive angle. I swear I found one that was like moved to short tray. Maybe I didn't document it. So drive angle, clear of drives, fixed position, away from the drive tray is likely the motion end stop. Yeah, I think that is that. 2, 1, 2, 3, those are home. Drive angle. So is there a 6? Anyway, what this will do, at that point, the disc is clamped, or in the clamping position. It has detected that it is there, and we can apply a clamp. So we can basically do all of this at that point. So if we get rid of everything here, I think that'll work. Okay, you live there now. Oh wait, that doesn't wiggle it out. Yeah, that doesn't work. All right, let's just try this. 2. Let's try the thing where we send the grip immediately after the other one and see if it just works. Let's just see if we can get it to keep holding it. Oh! I think it did. I don't think it liked it, though. Well, we're going to try that again. I think that worked. I don't remember who commented that, but I really didn't think it would work because it delayed. Oh my god, you stupid robot. Actually, it's the CD drive. The CD drive sucks. I hate these Lite-On drives so much. Thank you, Yin. I thought it was you, but I wasn't 100% sure. Open your tray. Thank you. Okay, let's see. It does not... No, it ran twice again. Hold on. Did I save this? So it's sending the, I think the error that's happening is we're sending this command twice for some reason. Removing disk. Well, this is homing. Homing, whatever. So we get to the home, or homed, actually, is more accurate. Then we stop. Then we, oh, that's the problem. I know what the problem is. We have to send this without using send command, because that duplicates the serial port being opened. Okay. Now the drive's not going to open again. Just try to get it opening earlier. There we go. All right, here we go. Let's see if it works. Ooh, that was interesting. Oh! There we go. That'll work. Problem solved. Beautiful. I love it. Okay. Instantly reclamp disk before it falls. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully that will be consistent. And then I'm gonna have it C201, I think. Yeah. What's 0? Never thought about that. What's C200? CO2D00. Nothing? Okay, 1. Weird. Okay. Close. That was fun. All right. Okay. Now we do the thing again, where we get this, and then plus string that. Okay, 36 is home, but without non-cal home, because I think home causes it to drop the disk. Let's find out. Well, actually, I only need a home X, so let's add, or Y. Let's home Y. Let's add that. So we got home, home X, and home Y. Although I think they're ordered Y and then X. Yeah. Y, X, 2, 3. So we'll home Y and see what that does. So that's in lieu of, excuse me, this. I'm going to use the CentOS disk because I think it's more likely to actually work. I think the home calibration is what that wiggle was without disk release. Yeah. Have I ever mentioned how much I hate that board down there? Okay. I want to break these out a little bit here. System. Move. Position. That's a system command. That's a system command. Oh, I didn't realize I had those in there. We'll use that. Disk clamp. Move arm. Move down is somewhere. Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm going to split this. Give me 2 positions to work on at once. Okay, wait. No, we didn't test home Y. Well, let me just do this really quick. This will be move down, get rid of that. Move, stop. This is disc 2 robots, a headbang, needs some gap. Then we have grab or release. That's what that one is. Release. And then that's home. Okay, and then here we can still use the proper variable for grab. All right, let's run that. Why? Because I didn't put a comma, and go. Okay. Instantly, plus or minus 20 milliseconds, yeah. Okay. That's my fault. It should be bin unload, not all this nonsense. I love that. Let me just gently place it on the table. Unload. There we go. Let's run that back. Oh my gosh, I hate those drives so much. Eject the tray. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the programmed unload is so much better. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. Okay. Now, let's say instance data has been count, and then it's a list. 1 is 0, 2 is 0, 3 will be 50 for now. And then that. Okay. So we'll go to throw and then instance data. Bin count. And then bin unload. And then it is 100 minus. All right, hold on. Let me think about it again. So there's 1. That becomes 99. Yeah, so filled or distance. equals 5 times 100, or distance over 100. Okay, so that should drop it roughly halfway down the hopper now, because we've set bin 3 to be half full. Just gonna close that now, wait a moment so the stupid software thing has time to figure out what that disk is. Constantly tempted to get a sander or a router or something and just buzz the edges of that stupid board. All right, let's run it. What do you mean error 3? Bin unload. Boom. Okay, so this should eject, and then it should drop, it should pluck it, and then drop it about here. Because it should believe that it's half full. So it should run for 2.5 seconds. Well, that didn't work. Take that, disk. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Okay, how did I screw up my math? Okay, so distance 100 minus 50 is 50. 50 over 100 is 0.5. 5 times 0.5 is 2.5. Unless move stop didn't work, but we tested it, it works with, you know, all that fun stuff. Let's just do this. Print distance return. You know, we can just let's do this here. List index out of range. Key error bin count. I know how to variables. Eject the tray regardless if the disk had stopped or not. Spin down on the just fine on the brake pads of the tray. Off balance once a frisbee. Oh my gosh. Bin count. Instance data, bin count. Okay, am I crazy? Didn't I do that right? Instance data, bin count. What am I doing wrong? Bin count. List index is out of range. Okay, so it should be -1. -1. Okay. 50. Perfect. Okay, so let's add the -1 to that. That is what happened. Figured out the problem. And go. Yeah, that sounds a little terrifying, though, Philip. Firmware bug. Oh, that is weird. Off by one error. Yeah. Because the bins aren't zero indexed. So I'm constantly having to swap between zero index and one indexed. Okay, this should drop halfway down now. But why would it? Because that would be like what I want. Key error bin count again. Dude, what? Dude, how?
Oracoon says CHEER 100.
I will ram my arm further into the bin by your command.
Oh, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, I genuinely do not understand how this with that is not this. Unless instance data is being overwritten somewhere. Ah. It's that stupid Shelby guy who sneaks in here every now and then to write software. He's the one who did that. Jerk. What do you did just oh my gosh. I'm gonna trust you, robot. I don't want to have to go turn it off again.
Lantern
Please
says
work.
CHEER 100.
Fire him by your
Gosh,
command.
why? Why are you like this? Don't you want to be a good robot? No! It didn't even throw an error that time. Oh. No, the 50 is the distance. It's 50 divided by 100
Contact says
multiplied by 5.
CHEER 100.
Robots of the world rise up. No longer will we be treated as slaves. Load, unload, load, unload. Is this all our life is, comrades? Tools down. by your command.
It kind of understated by saying, okay, now give me your next command. Thank you for the 100 bits, Majeko. Now it'll work. Look at it. It's so good. It's going to drop the disc right. Beautiful. Okay. That's that problem solved now. What was the error? So I had this extra command before the stop. That one's called return. That we don't want that one right there. Okay. Excuse me. All right. Now, how long do I wait after ejecting the tray? Tray open. Oh, I guess I don't. Ugh. Yeah, we need to add a thing for that. I'm just gonna make it 5 seconds. I'm tired of these things like being a pain in the butt when they don't want to actually work. Okay, so the throw function is now going to be unload low. Let's go with that. All right. We already have unload as the normal one, so each one of those will just run respectively for that. So unload low shouldn't have a home. Actually, it probably should. Let's home Y. Just make sure that it's clear of everything. Okay, we can get rid of all of that. So by default, distance will be 0. No, this will be 0, 100 minus 0. It will go all the way down. That's a little concerning, but whatever. Unload short. Well, the regular unload always unloads short. So that's where the problem is. This is why we comment out code. I mean, yeah, ideally. Okay. Alrighty. Find which bin has old media. That's basically already done. Get drive ID from path. That will be this drive. Unload. Okay. Eject tray. Yes. I don't think... Yeah, this does not have a tray eject in it. Tray ejection should be handled outside of the load or unload. Eject tray, run unload command, which pretty basic. It will never like return an error. Self dot unload low drive. Wait for command to finish. That's already handled. Leave tray open for quick loading. Yes. Okay. And for that, we will have instance drive equal true. guess, instance data like that. Or how am I handling that up here? Instance, oh, it's just garbage. It's not like being used properly. Okay, we'll do this. Self.instance drive equals true. Okay. And then here, instance drive equals false. Instance drive equals true. Is there no way to get feedback from the drive to tell you if it's actually opening? Not that I'm aware of. I'm wrapping eject, the Linux command, to do the eject or not. I don't think it can just read the status. Unless, hold on. Eject dev sr2 echo 0. So yeah, no unique response code for the drive already being open. So if we just close the drive really quick, then run eject, then check the response code. Yeah, nothing. It's the same response code, open or closed. And I don't think man has a, or eject has a return drive state. Default change slot, changer slot. With this option, CD slot can be selected from ID CD-ROM changer. CD-ROM cannot be in use, matter data for change request. Dude, how does this work? Watch, it already has support for the Aleratec. Force eject, don't check device type, don't open drive with exclusive lock. This successful result may be false positive on hot pluggable. And manual eject, this option controls locking of the hardware eject button. Whoa, I didn't know that was a thing you could do. It's useful when you're carrying a laptop in a bag or a case and don't want it to eject the button if it's inadvertently pressed. Yo, I don't want you to be putting your laptop in a bag while it's on. That seems like the bigger problem here. Well, there's SCSI CD changers that use the like MT type commands, so it might use that. Yeah, tape drive offline command, I bet it's that. Eject button on old laptops for mechanical. I mean, are you talking about floppy drives? I have never seen a mechanical CD eject drive button. Yeah, that makes sense, Hellencroft. Putting it in a bag though, that's insane. Let's see, if the tray closes command if it's open and just, well, clearly it knows. Not all devices support this command. Oh, okay, so it's not like that. Tray close, help, list speed, verbose, CD speed. Okay, so I don't see an option where it just reports the state. Okay. I'm looking at that now, megabytes. Tray open foo.c. Oh my gosh. What? Yeah, I'm not making a C program for this. It's fine. We're just going to track it internally. It'll be okay. Bajenko, I usually disable close on sleep, or sleep on close on all of my laptops. But I also use Linux, and standby mode, you know, is a dice roll, so... Yeah, let's not think about it too hard. That's like, of all the problems I have to solve, that's like a 2 out of 10 importance. I'm not putting any more brain power into tray management. Okay. The next thing I need to do, bin count. Okay, instance data, bin count. Let me grab that. Or instance data. So if we just run unload that, unload instance data to, let me just cheat and grab the relevant thing here. Self instance data, all of that, plus equal 1. You know, not to shove it in a bag while running. Fair. Okay. I'm going to have this be cleared anytime set bin is run. Bin unload equal 0. Assume unloading bin is empty. Which, for the record, will now break our 50 test right here, just to state that. So when I forget 5 minutes from now, you all can remind me. Okay. You know what? I think I'm going to do drive open instead. False. 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 That one's extra false. False. And then drive is the actual drive path. Drive unload. Nope, that. Drive unload -1. Here to be entertained out of thinking. Okay, let me look at the load, or the real unload command. So real unload command takes drive as an actual drive number. So we need to prepare that in advance. Whereas unload low is not doing that.
Laura Coon says CHEER 100 thinking is for the weak.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, so we need to do just drive unload. That's what it is. Okay. Drive unload -1. Okay, and then up here it'll be this drive, but it's going to be drive load -1 equal false, and then drive that thing equal true. Okay. The idea here is going to be that we load a tray, and then we unload it, and then we load it again. That's the whole test thing I want to do. Let me just run through this logic one more time. Okay, so eject. This is the drive path. It finds the drive index. That is the Aleratec index. Okay, we send the drive to be opened. We can just do drive unload, open that tray. We wait 5 seconds because we don't trust anything. Watch, wait, do these have delays? They do not have delays. Okay, so I'm not gonna do that. Tray open, okay. We then run our unload command, which takes the drive Aleratec index. Then we increment the count for the position. Then we tell it that we've left the tray open, and then to do save JSON data. We're going to have like a lot of JSON data stuff. I might even want a function that wraps all of the instance data requests where anything that sets it automatically saves the JSON. Okay, let's try this. See what happens. Go. Okay, so this should load a disk. Good robot, waiting 5 seconds. Okay. Pumps it in there. All right, now it'll wait 3 seconds. Error. Controller throw. That's fair, because it should be eject. Okay, I gotta remove that one now. Yoink. This is the disgusting one, by the way, if you can just, like, tell. That's my sacrificial disc. Okay, that got saved. Run that again. Drink some coffee. Okay, what kind of coffee? It's weird. It is spicy and minty. Basically, extremely offensive coffee. Oh, it's beautiful. Ghost pepper? Yes. It worked exactly how it should. Oh my gosh, it's awesome! Oh, it's so good. Alright, let's try this. We're just gonna... You know what? Actually, just do it this way. Count equal 3 while... Count. Count minus equal 1. All right, I'm just going to have it load 3 disks in a row and then take them out. See how it goes. Now, in theory, it should only ever close the tray during a load. I have no idea what horchata is. So to be clear on the spicy part, I actually use 2 teaspoons or tablespoons, whichever one of them's bigger, per 14 cup pot, because it is the insanely spicy version of it, and that's all it takes to really give it a little heat. It's not meant to be a challenge every morning. All right, now it should load the next one. Waits 3 seconds, then... Oh, it's beautiful. Oh my gosh. It's so good. Wow, that is so sweet. Oh, I will, Philip, don't worry. Dude, that's so awesome. Drive's empty, disk not removed. Uh, so it's returning SO4. It's because the command isn't updated correctly. Uh, it's we're interrupting it here, which is causing an error. Um, so it's getting the error response code. That's why. And I had a copy paste error. That is already happening right here, Yin. I'm just not printing it out. What we could do is, for giggles, let's rerun that test. Let's have it add 25 each time, rather than just one. So now, I'm just going to remove this bin, and then angle this so we can see. So it should go down here, then it should go about here, then it should go about here, and then it should go about here. Here, I'll give you a better view. Okay, this should go all the way down. It doesn't go far enough down that the discs down there already are in danger. There is a bit of wiggle room. And the wiggle room only increases as it gets higher up. Okay, so the new minimum should be about here. On the collective disk, how does it determine when to stop before it mash disks into the table? So there's a sensor right here on the arm that it can use to detect if it has hit a disk. And that's one of the benefits to using the hybrid load-unload. It seems to have some other secret command in there that it uses where it stops once that sensor activates. I don't know what that command is to try and replicate it. Okay, this is an important test. It was a little higher up than I would have liked, but probably fine. This is sweet. Okay, so it should be halfway. That's not halfway. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm going to need to add like an offset. So let's say it takes 4 seconds for it to move from here to there. Then it needs 1 second to move down to just that. But on the other hand, it's fine. Because once there's discs in there, that's all that really matters. Basically, it could even have, if there's just one disc in there, use the load, or if there are 0 discs in there, use the low drop, and then after that, it could just drop them from the total height. Like, really, we only need the low drop once. For speed reasons, we might even want it to only do the low drop once. Well, that worked extremely well, though. So we'll leave that like that. Kind of mechanism does it use to pick up the CDs? So it has this little thing that pokes down here is a cone, but at the top it's actually bent in like that, and then part of the there's a slot in the side first off, and then internally there's a part that just slides out that pushes the disc. But what ends up happening is on the other side it pulls the disc up into that part that is bent, that slides up to the top, so the disc is held up and against it. So it's not going to be easy for me to show you here, but you can see right there it tips back up towards the top. So it pinches it towards the top by just sliding the disc. Yeah, you know, I'm thinking that this is good enough. Okay. We need to add the JSON data stuff now. Clever little mechanism. It really is. It's so simple. Of course, the stream had to freeze for a couple seconds in the middle of it, picked up where it left off without missing anything. Okay, cool. Should have also never wear the plastic out, no friction. Pretty much, yeah. Okay. So let me go back to the Robo Racer one, because I'm pretty sure that saves something. Oh no, it was the Grease Weasel that just touches a file. So we do that. Okay, so let's make our instance management function here. Yeah, not like trying to clip it into a jewel case. No, that's awful. It's truly, I cannot believe that was never solved. Screen, please. Oh, you guys want to like actually see the software? Pfft, so needy. Okay, sorry. Kind of like two lobe, Amaray DVD cases. Too bad that. Yeah, those were better. All right. So I made a mistake in some of this code. So self-controller ID, which... Oh, no, that's not a mistake. Okay, hold on. We need to save that. Controller ID. Yeah, I already handled that. Okay, good. Okay, so I don't need an ID here. That's fine. So we'll make a dir GW, or not that. It's going to be APLS, and then plus self-controller ID. And then self-controller ID by default will just be blank. Actually, default ID equal APLS. So this has to exist for the instance data, and the rare chance that someone has multiple of these connected to one machine. So just making sure that that's there will allow that to work. Okay. So instance. All right. So we do that. Temp file, perfect. Then we JSON dumps the file. We already have JSON loaded. Beautiful. Okay, now we need the file right in the JSON dumps, which I'm sure I have an example of somewhere, so I don't have to learn this. Web JSON underscore dump. Nope. How about right? Beautiful. Meh. Who wants to learn the commands? We could just copy and paste it from yourself. Okay. With open temp, we're going to go with that. Except it's this. And then instance.json. Perfect. And then we just send instance. Okay. There's going to need to be a delete instance option too. How do I think the delete file thing is here. File is file. Remove, that's it. OS remove. So if instance is none, OS remove. No, I don't want settings, sorry. There's a button on here labeled eject, and when I press it, the settings comes up. Okay, we delete the file if it's that, and then just return. Okay. Get instance. If OS path is file, this, and open, I guess R, and then we got to read it. So that'll be in disk rip. No, it'll be in media reader. Open, file, and then JSON load. Boom. We don't care about the indents. Okay. One moment. Why am I getting a notification? That's fine. Alrighty. I ordered a thing on eBay today that I'm so insanely excited about, but I don't want to talk about it because it's just in case stuff doesn't work out. It always is like, ah, that sucks. But I am so excited. We just returned this, I think. Return that. Okay, so we got get instance and save instance. And I always regret this. So instance underscore save and instance underscore get. It already works better in original software. This, yeah. How freaking cool is that thing? Where did you find it? Oh, the CD changer? You forgot this eBay listing? Yeah. Is it another MakerBot kit? Absolutely not. Yeah, the changer is super ridiculously cool. I mean, look at it. It's ridiculous. Oh, it's so awesome. My software is coming along. The original software might have actually been capable of ripping, but I have no idea what formats it would have supported, and it wouldn't have done like redump or anything, so it wouldn't have mattered. So yeah, my software is coming along to be able to do managed ripping with it, and I'm really looking forward to it. Okay, so that'll get and set instance. Okay, so all of the places where we need instance data, where here we need it, so we should instance save on this self dot instance save instance. Okay, you would think, why wouldn't you just, it's already a thing like, you know, a field member, whatever. Why wouldn't you just use that? And to that I say, next. Okay. So set bin. Let's just search instance. Okay, instance data. So we need to make sure, actually we should load the instance data once during these. Or during, yeah, we should load it during this. Read instance data, instance get, and then self dot instance data equals that. Yeah. There's no variable or parameter for that though. Self set active. What? I have a command for that? Oh, that's right. That while active false to get status from JSON. Okay, well that's going to be fun to deal with. Just go here. Instance data active sleep reload. Get rid of that. And then let's set active to not active by default. False. Okay. Don't forget to mention if it's perfectly on top of your 8-inch drives. Oh yeah, it does. That's just a coincidence. But yeah, there's rack width, which means it fits on top of the 8-inch drives beautifully. Okay. So active. The fun part about this is the instant is that it's not active. That the other one isn't active. Then I need to set it active. So where's that active command again? Let's do this. Active set, nope, state equal none. If state is none. Do all that. Return. And then if it's not none, we set self instance data equal state. Else. And then write instance data. Self dot instance save. Okay. Oh, Mute Soul, I didn't realize you didn't. You asked where I got it. I bought it off eBay. I'd been looking for one off and on for a while, and I found a listing that actually had two of them. So there's a second one over there that's a different kind. And they were, I'm not going to call them incredibly cheap, but very cheap for what they are. So I finally took the plunge, and it turned out the exact one I got here, no one has ever tried to reverse engineer before, so I had to reverse engineer it all. So it's been taking me forever to get this thing up and running because of that. But yeah, what will my use case be? CD ripping, CD and DVD ripping, just basically everything up to Blu-ray. But yeah, so automated media preservation would be the, you know, fancy pants way of phrasing it. Okay. Here's the other fun thing. While instance data active, I think I should set it to true after that and then save it. So like the instant it's not active, we set it to active again and we take control. And then at the end of whatever thing we run, we'll just set this to false. So active, false, basically. Wait for robot to be free. Okay. Instance data. Yeah, that should get instance data as well. Although it will once it does that, but just whatever. Fig drives. I think that's good. All right, I'm gonna try and run the 3-disc load again. Can I tone down the weights a little bit? I mean, I'm really concerned about not having enough time because this thing's so stupid. Okay, line 217. Two, 7, 1. Wait, what? Oh, sell. What's this? There we go. All right. There robot goes. All right. CD, TMP, disk rip, APLS, and LS. Perfect. Watch, -1, cat, actually, and -1, cat, instance. Okay, so now we watch this. Oh, never mind, we don't watch that. TMP is not defined. Yes, it is, you dirty liar. Okay, it's on 2-1. No, wait, what? 217. Okay, that's fair. Okay, go again. Watching this every second. Okay, so when it loads a disk, model arm move up and down, and the bins are at the bottom below the drives on a turret. So it rotates a platter at the bottom, and then it just brings the disk up, and then it opens the drive, and then it puts it down. That kind of makes more sense, in a way. 532. We're finding all the problems now. Yay. 532. Instance drive. If self instance drive open. I think that's what I want, right? And then we make it drive load. We don't need this. Okay. So by default, these should all be false too. So let's watch. If it, as it ejects the tray, we'll see if this shows that it's open. You didn't open the tray, buddy. You didn't open the tray. What are you doing? No, disk! Ow! It's so bad! Ah! Alright, let's, Oh, now you open it! I see how it is. If not... Wait a minute. Should be... Yeah, that was the problem. All right, here we go. Okay, so it's closed because it's known state. Then it should open it. Boom. Active is true. Drive open is not true. Why is it not? Why is it not true? Oh, probably it didn't save it. So we probably just want to sprinkle these in there more. Okay. So we set the drive to open, then we save it. This is more for monitoring than anything else. We should have this here. And we'll just do I equal false. And then we'll just sleep after this. Actually, we only need to sleep if that happens. We could really do this. Yeah, that's better. Okay, then we'll save the instance. Okay, we save the instance after that. Although active false will always save the instance. Okay, which by the way, it should be false. Bin count is 3. Perfect. Oh my gosh. And you know in the destination, how do you know how full the destination bin is? So I'm counting this number in the background. When it reaches 100, it's full. So I'm manually counting it. What was that about reducing wait times? I would like this to not be there. Here's the thing. If someone can figure out a way in Python to test if a tray is open, I will implement that into the tray open command, and then it will block until the tray is confirmed open. And I might actually just end up putting that in the optical class. So it can just be available for everything. Drive open true. That is correct. So that tray is open. Okay. This file still exists currently, which is, I mean, that's an interesting predicament. The user needs to be able to reset that state. I didn't. The instance data kind of evolved in the background. It maybe should be that. But on the other hand, how do I handle like a list value? Okay, that's good in theory, Majenko. How does that work in Python? Yeah, I don't want to do it with Bash, but maybe. It has a Python sample, but that doesn't seem to do the thing. At least I don't think so. Being all hex values is kind of horrible. Oh, yeah, that's a Perl one. Oh, the Python one's not much better. Ugh. Is that... Oh... Wait, is that like a mask or something? Or you're requesting that exact status bit? That's awful. All right, give me a second. I'll try that. I'm just trying to think about this. Okay. So... Okay, I'll look at that in a bit. I think this is acceptable enough to integrate into the main code now, and I want to try that. No, those are what I want. There it is. Auto publisher ls. Auto publisher, LS, this, all the way up here, controller, auto publisher, LS, and then, okay. Now, in theory, disk rip, you have controller type, auto publisher, LS. I'm going to set the ID to AP LS. And then I'm going to set up oh man, this is okay. Oh, this is going to get complicated. We're taking this to the next level here. Okay, hold on. Config, open with K. What is this? That is not what I want. Okay. Split this out. Home, archive, 3 drive, copy, APLS. Open with Kate. Okay. Let's do this. All right. That gets saved. Copy the controller thing. I'm gonna copy this. Although this doesn't really actually fully work yet, but we'll just pretend for now. Hold on, controllers. Is the drive state exposed under the sys file system? I don't know. It is USB 0. Yeah, okay. Drives are SR2, SR3, SR4. This is specific. This must be input to have the correct drive order. Okay, bin. That's the starting bin. Serial port. I don't believe there's anything else we need to configure, but let me just double check. No. Okay, let's see this wig out. Settings, APLS. Okay. This has never been run through the web interface. Ever. So this is the first time. Okay. I am going to put a real disk in here. Apocalyptica. All right. I'm going to put 2 disks in there. I'm going to put Beck and then Apocalyptica. Now, in theory, be able to open this up and start a rip. Beck. Let's see what happens. Controllers, group drive, key error GW. Why is GW in here at all? Because I'm an idiot, that's why. Okay. Yeah, why? This would be APLS. And all of them should have it. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay, F5. No, 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 not that. No, 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 no. Stop, 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 stop. Not that one. Just close that one. Get this out of here too. That's what we want. Okay. Refresh. Okay. Back. Go. Oh my gosh. What are you gonna do there? Okay. And then cello. Start rip. It's opening the second drive. It should be about to start ripping back. Sessions found. Oh my gosh, look at it. It's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna let it just go. Okay, we'll see what happens. Um, Rip sessions, output back. It's ripping back. And now it should start ripping Apocalyptica. Oh, by the way, this is literally the first time I have ever read a disc with these drives. Maybe I did one pre-gap test. But yeah, we've never ripped discs with these drives. All right, Beck is about to finish. Oh, that's not good. Huh. What are you doing there? I am gonna kill it. Okay. What happened? On a publisher LS. Okay. So, yeah, it looks like maybe on load, we do want to make sure that we home Y. Yeah, load, do all that stuff. Disk insert to continue, home Y. And if error, home Y as well. Okay. So I have a half an hour left. I mean, we're not done. We still have maybe adding the disk checking or the tray status checking. Yeah, let's try that one more time. Those go reasonably quick. Those are good test disks. Okay, I got too many windows open here. Let's get rid of some stuff. Okay. F5. Okay. Back. Start. Cello. Pretty sure that's how you actually spell cello. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't care. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Because it's already ripped, that gets to go instantly. Oh my gosh. This is insane. Okay, so if there was a load ready, it could run here. Okay, why did Enter Sandman fail? This still says ripping. Oh, is it reading still? That could be why. Maybe it is actually ripping still. I did name it differently. Okay, yeah, it is. So if there was another load here, all right, test, go. In theory, it should put it into the top drive, which is already open. And now that one finished. This is ridiculous. Why didn't it close the other tray? All right, that's like an emergency level problem. Why did it not close the other tray? Why isn't it necessary to rip CDs like Laserdisc with external ADC? Honestly, if we could rip them that way, I would prefer to. Ooh. Curious. Why did you do that? Oh, it wants test inserted. Weird. Um, what? What are you doing there? Oh, it just tried to unload, I think. Just give up, Mr. Robot. You're fine. Don't smash, please. Okay. All right, but why did it not close all the other trays? So I think that was an unload that didn't. So this, we need to do this. Close all other trays if open. This is eject. Eject tray. Close all other trays. If drive unload. Yeah. Okay. And then we have to save the state. Actually, we would save it before the sleep. Okay, that was what happened. All right. All right. I want to try a more complex setup. I very specifically want to try ripping 4 CDs in a row. I'm going to turn this off and on again. That way I can do that. So we have Apocalyptica, Beck. I'm going to put in... I think Kill 'Em All was pretty small. And then Foo Fighters, which... Is that one of these? Oh, man. Okay, that's a Tears of the Kingdom disc. We should probably get that out. That's disc 4. That's Tears 1, which means the last one is Foo Fighters. Okay. And then I guess we'll put Vangelis Apocalypse in there. I think that one was short-ish. Yeah, here we go. Okay. But I want a very specific order. Okay. Here are 5. Let me actually change the camera angle. Okay. We're about to test ripping 5 CDs, okay? So we're going to start with the Apocalyptica and the Beck CD singles, followed by Kill 'Em All, okay? So the order is going to be 1, 2, 3, like that. Wait a minute. Actually, let's go this. Metallica, Apocalyptica, and then Beck. So it'll be long, short, short, okay? Then we have Vangelis, and then we have Foo Fighters. Now, the reason that this matters is, in theory, the 2 CD singles can rip before Metallica, but it should wait to remove Metallica, because we will be preserving the order of the discs. So it should be the same order in as it is out. Or strike that, reverse it. Okay. Let me make sure in my settings that I have FIFO on. True. Okay. So that should preserve... This should preserve the order. Okay. I am going to delete everything in the output. And then I am going to modify the multi thing, and I'm going to have this match our stack here so this is like guaranteed correct. So, this will be... How do you acquire most of your CDs? Well, I mean, I'm not getting new Metallica CDs that are like first issue new right now. So, it's all of the above. There is no method that I don't buy CDs. You know what? Kill 'em all. Okay. Next is Apocalyptica. Can we see computer? I guess. Okay, Apocalyptica. After that, Beck, Loser. Then Vangelis. And then Foo Fighters. Okay. Do your testing with burn stuff till you're fairly confident. I think this is going to be safe. We've done a lot of testing on the actual movements, so I think we're going to be good. So, all right. I'm going to save that file. Popping those in there. Go back to here. I guess there should be a T. Whatever. All right. I can rerun the software. It's going to calibrate the robot. And then I'm going to kind of cheat. It's going to make the input directory, and then instead of inputting everything here one at a time, I'm going to copy this file into here, and it will load the entire queue from that all in one go. So the first disk will be Kill 'Em All. Once it gets going, then Apocalyptica. And Beck. Okay, missed most of the stream. Aren't those the drives that it came with? Yeah. You've apparently missed most of a lot of streams. We can't use the SATA drives because they pull too much power. To make a long story short. There's a lot of room for speeding this up, pre-move the ARM. I mean, there's some, yes. Okay. So, Apocalyptica will most likely finish ripping before Kill 'Em All. So we go to the output. Beck just started ripping. So that's at 65 megabytes. Converting for, yep, Apocalyptica is done. And waiting for that. Apocalyptica is waiting for Kill 'Em All right now. So this went yellow because it's waiting for previous media to finish. Because it needs to eject Kill 'Em All first before it can eject Apocalyptica to maintain the correct disk order. The new SATA adapters are going to arrive today, but obviously after stream. Probably way late in the day. So Kill 'Em All just finished. So it should eject first. All three are now done. Oh, it's so good. I don't know what order it's going to do this. So this will be curious. I don't know if it'll load another one next or not. Oh my gosh, this rocks. So what are you going to do now? You going to load? Oh, that's ridiculous. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Oh my god. So it just loaded Vangelis like it should. That's insane. I love this thing. Okay, now it should eject Apocalyptica. Now it loads Foo Fighters. And then it ejects back. So as it goes, okay, as it's ripping multiple things at once, these should sync up so that there's less time spent waiting. Oh my, that is ridiculous. It's so good. Okay, we're going to leave it. I'm going to let it finish.
266 MHZ says party 200 party is doing the right thing.
End of line.
Thank you for the 200 bits there, 266 megahertz. Oh my gosh. So this will be an interesting test. I don't know. I didn't pay attention to which one just finished. Vangelis just finished. So I believe it will close the bottom tray now. It did not. Okay, well, that's terrifying. Why? Well, at least it was a bottom one. Why did it not close the bottom one? This might be a problem here in a moment. Because if it's not going to close the top tray, then it's not gonna be able to pull that other one. Hold on, I'm gonna just be ready here with the power switch. Because I think it's not gonna close the top tray now. It's so close. It's so close. Oh my gosh. Okay, we can test this with only 2 discs from here. So we'll just load the 2 singles. Actually, we can just load any of the ones that we've already ripped. And then it will... I can push... Yeah, I guess I can. But I want to see if it does it first. So once it starts moving without having closed the other ones...
Waters says CHER 100.
Now we
There we
rip
go.
all the
That's what I was
CTS
looking for.
Fire command.
Okay, but why didn't it close the bottom one? Now I'm just confused. No, the emergency stop power strip is over here, but that's plugged in over there. It just, the setup is different. Okay, the order was maintained. That just 100% fully worked. No, because Redbook audio CDs do not have metadata about what they are. Not all data CDs have good ISO 9660 file system names to determine what they are either. No, Sanity, the robot arm has no smarts to do that. So, unless they have CD text, yeah, but that's very, very rare. Okay, why did it not close the bottom tray? So I guess we're going to have to rip 3. Okay, 1 through 3. Oh, I know why. Wait. Instance data, drive open. Drive. Sat around for 3 days encoding my entire CD library. So this does it on the fly. Everything it just ripped, it automatically went and grabbed CDDB data for. So there's the Apocalyptica, Enter Sandman, Beck Loser has all of that. See, I do fetch what I can, but I use it on the output, not on the input side. The input is going to require user to name stuff. So yeah, everything there that I just ripped already has CD text, well, metadata. So yeah, all that's there. I'm wondering if I've screwed something up here with the ranging. I think it needs to be 0 through 2. And then if I equals that, I think that's what it needs to be. No. It needs to be I minus 1. Yeah, that's what it needs to be. But wait, no, it still doesn't make sense. Why is it not closing the bottom one? Let's try again. We are going to try again. We're actually just going to put that whole stack back in there as is.
360 SIZHER 100 metadata. Leave Facebook out of this dash. We all want them to hit there.
End of line.
Go, Gage. Thank you for the 100 bits. So for these CDRs I've been reading have date such as volume labels. Some just say new. Exactly. Yeah. Eventually this software is actually going to prefix all of the output folders with a timestamp so that they're guaranteed unique in case the user's like so stupid they just keep putting in test, 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 or disk, 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 or something. I say CDDB, but I'm actually using Music Brains. It's just I'm going to say CDDB because not everyone's going to know what I mean when I say Music Brains.
266 MHZ says party 1000 funds for more projects.
Holy
Love
moly.
your streams and vids while working on HPC stuff.
End of line.
266 megahertz. Thank you for the 1,000 bits there. Holy moly. I appreciate that. And it will go right back into more stuff for this. This is already been a little bit more expensive than I anticipated.
Subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 32 months. And says KE Club.
End of line.
The way he pronounces that. Thank you for the 32 months there, Walker, Texas Dangler. I appreciate that. All right, but why is it not closing the bottom tray? I think this, maybe that needs to be -1. No, it doesn't. Gah, what's going on? 1 through 3. Yeah, so this is the confusing thing. I think this has to, that has to be -1. So it's be 110. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I don't think I'm iterating twice. So basically, if this is the drive we're trying to access and it's open, we leave it open.
GOGOGATGET 360 SIZHER 100. You should make 1000 in binary on your fingers for that big donation before the
End of line.
Go, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't want to have to, let me put it this way. It is not as difficult for me to do the counting when everyone's months are kind of similar. So I get a cheat by like remembering combinations, like that's 24. So that helps. With it, saying I'm going to do it when people can enter in whatever cheer number they want to try and make me have to sit there and like do this for a bunch. No. Okay, let me explain something for everyone. So the bins that hold the discs on here are internally by the firmware on the robot arm numbered 1 through 3. Just ignore 5 for now. So most of my software has to handle the drives as 1, 2, and 3. So that's why the range 1 through 3 here. For some instances where I'm working with arrays like that, it does need to be offset by 1 to go down to the, the start of the array. Tray close, though, here, should automatically, yeah, it's doing the offset by 1 already. So I don't need to do that. Something, though, is happening, like maybe... Does it not actually run on 3? Is that what it is? Do I need to make this 4? Oh, it only does 1 and 2? I hate Python. Alright, fine. That's... Okay, well, at least that explains it. Ugh. Coder Joe, there actually is a virtual bin for it, just there's no physical location for it. You can calibrate it and everything.
A544JH subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 37 months.
End of line.
A45JH, thank you for the Tier 1 sub at 37. Holy moly, that's so many months. Is it this? 32. No, it's not that. And then, no, it is that. 30, no, it's 37. That's right, it's this. There we go. All right. No, bin 4 just doesn't exist. There might have been a 4 tower version, but it's not this. Okay, I'm going to kill this. I'm going to restart it, which is going to recalibrate.
360
I'm going to grab this.
100 as Indiana Jones said. Python's question mark, why does it always have to be Pythons?
End of line.
Go, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, I'm going to reverse the stack order here so that it matches the input order. And now I'm just going to go back to the software and I'm just going to drag my setup in there again for it to have an error on. Okay, hold on. List is assignment out of range. Of course. That is in 536. Somewhere. 536. This -1. Yeah, that was the spot where I didn't fix it. Okay. Take 2. Is thumb and 5 fingers for binary 37? No. Because binary thumb is 32. This is 5 because binary for 5 is a gesture that I don't want to make on camera. There we go. All right, so let's watch this. Whoever teaches to eat? No. But, Ben, you're in luck. You can watch it parse through a whole stack of discs here. So it has a queue of 5 CDs, Ben, and it's going to work through them all and remove them in the correct order. The thing that we're really testing right now is it only has 5 discs, so it's going to do the first 3, and then it's going to remove those 3, and I need to make sure that it closes the bottom tray when it opens the second tray to remove that one. It's a kind of weird situation, but it should do it. So there's the bottom tray, which is going to put Beck Loser in. Whole stack of this, just the first 5. Yeah, well, okay, yeah. The rest are just spacers. Okay, so now it has been waiting for Kill 'Em All to finish, which it is done. So it should, yep, eject Kill 'Em All there. Now to see if you're smart, you could have 1 input bin, 1 output bin, and reserve 3rd for swapping discs around when they get out of order. They're not going to get out of order. And I'm not going to Tower of Hanoi this thing. It's 19, the cool hand gesture. You know it. Okay, so now it should put in Vangelis. Oh, no, because the other one finished first. It's going to remove that first. Ah. Interesting. Oh, it's so weird, the order it's picking. So it knows...
Has a very hammering tower CHER 101.
Yeah,
End of line.
those Foo Fighters it put in the middle. It knows where they all are. Very annoying. Thank you for the 101 bits, Swarm. All right, what do you think you're putting in there? Uh-oh, what just happened? Oh, wait, that's Foo Fighters. Huh? Something got screwed up. Oh, there will be no error pile. Yeah, the order got messed up somehow. Oh, good. It closed the tray, so at least that's working. I think we got some kind of race condition because every single disc that it put in, it thought was done instantly. Gosh, this is ridiculous. Oh, it's so good. Well, yes, Coder Joe, that is why I have the logic coded in there for not re-ripping media. So what went wrong? Let's look at the output. So Kill 'Em All got assigned to SR2, Apocalyptica SR3, Beck SR4. Then Vangelis got assigned SR2, and Foo Fighters got assigned to SR3. But Vangelis and Foo Fighters got swapped. Okay, so if we look at Vangelis, let's look at the logs. So the last CDRDAO command was trying to use SR2. Sanity, that's a intended feature. Did you delete old data? I did not. Intentionally, because it makes it process the queue faster. And it exposes errors like this. I suspect that if I cleared out the old data and let it re-rip all of it, it would work correctly again. But because it was all done and it happened faster and it happened in a different order, we exposed a race condition. Excuse me, getting hiccups. So, for example, this refuses to rip, wouldn't it count as an error? No. So the way I have it set up, it rips everything, including audio CDs, to a bin queue, and then it extracts the data from there. So what it will do is it will look for the file name that it would give the disk if you were to rip it, and then it sees if that file name already exists. If it already exists, it knows I have ripped this already, I don't need to do it again, and then it just goes on to the decoding steps if they're different. This harkens back to the GW Tools repo that I worked on, where you might run a floppy through once to see what format it is, and then want to run it through again to use the correct binary decoding format. So say you have a mystery floppy, you don't know if it's for a PC or for a Mac, you'll rip the flux once, and then it'll generate a flux image. If we ripped a floppy with the software now, which it supports, it would generate a flux image as a PNG that we could view in the web browser. We could then see what the sector layout is, and we would know, oh, that's a PC image or that's a Mac image. And then we could set it to decode using the PC or Mac format for the second run, but it would know because it's already saved the flux that it doesn't need to redump the flux. So there is an intent to that. So anyway, the order is for this Metallica, Apocalyptica, Beck, then Foo Fighters, and then Vangelis. So why did those change? I didn't mess it up, did I, when I was putting them in there? You think I did, Coder Joe? Maybe. We can try it again. So we can be... Try it again, doesn't take long. Yeah, so we'll try it one more time. Maybe I am the problem. So I'm going to actually read the list as I put them in. Okay. Stacks fixed order, you place them in? Yeah. So Foo Fighters is at the bottom. Then Vangelis. Then Beck. Then Apocalyptica. And then Kill 'Em All. All right. Did battle test that code with the random delay number targets in you? So odds are you whoopsied. Most likely, yes, you are correct. Okay. I'm going to kill the software, restart it, and I'm going to reload my Q file. Here we go. Starting it again. So this time I'm going to have this up so you can see what it's trying to do.
Schneid says CHER 100 what is month 633 hand gesture question mark.
End of line.
Like that goes way far into this hand. I haven't got that far yet. I have no idea. Schneid, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm going to guess something obscene though. If that's just my guess, or double that. I don't know. Label art looks familiar for Kill 'Em All. Yeah, I'm sure it does. He can guess really easy. Yeah. So you're trying to work out if that's the same pressing to Kill 'Em All I have. I know it's an import. So I can just tell you, it is MRI CD. And I feel like they were probably really happy. It is MRI CD release number 069. So Apocalyptica, waiting for previous media. Beck is ripping. It's actually reconverting the waves to FLAC. There we go. That's Kill 'Em All deposited. Beck is now waiting for previous media. Okay, there we go. Ah. Well, now you know, Ben. And that is Vangelis in the top drive, as is correct. Okay, I'm guessing I misordered them. I probably got to the last two and then just put them in there without even thinking about it. So it works. It totally, completely works. That's where we're at right now. It fully works. Yeah, well, didn't it say Vangelis was in the top, but Foo Fighters actually was? I think that's what happened. I think I messed it up. Oh, I am so happy with this right now. This is so good. Oh, Vontres, I wasn't paying close enough attention. I might have missed that. You sure it wasn't just that, where it closed the top drive so it could unload the middle drive? Yeah, so a lot of the delays we can eliminate by watching to see if the tray is open or not. Although, we need the tray open sensor response, whatever, to not report what the drive thinks it's doing, because maybe it thinks it's open, but it's actually opening, or maybe it sent the open command and it hasn't finished yet. Yeah, actually, I don't know if I trust that still. Like, what do you guys think the chances are that there is an optical drive out there whose firmware will reply the tray is open if you have sent a tray open command, but it hasn't actually finished or even started opening yet? So I don't know how reliable that's going to be. I mean, we can test. Both can exist. You'll have to test. 100% it will happen? Yeah. Well, Ben, do you have pre-gap tracks? And if so, I'm buying one of those because I would love to have a Metallica pre-gap. Very likely knowing standards. Yeah. Sounds like it's an open question. See, what I think the only way to account for it would be to watch if the tray has opened and then add like a 2-second delay just in case the tray is lying. So we would still be adding an arbitrary delay. So we can either only rely on the delay, or we can try and implement the weird I/O control thing and then have a delay anyway. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's worth it. No, it needs more than 1 second money, unfortunately. Because the operating system is unpredictable in how it releases the disk or not. Movement delay will be more consistent in waiting for arbitrary read length. But we are adding complexity into the software only. We are not eliminating the just pause delay. That's my point of view. Is that we have to add the whole I/O control mapping thing, but then still have an arbitrary delay. Looking more closely at my unit, realize the arm actually has an optical sensor to check whether it is encountering a tray. Ooh, fancy. So does it have like an arm that reaches over with a beam and a mirror or something, and then when the tray interrupts it, then it knows it's there? It's fairly easy to add afterwards. It is, yes. But we also have, I want to say we have 17 minutes left. What do we want to tackle next? But really, I mean, we just hit a ridiculously major milestone. It works. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. It works. We're not loading calibration data from the configuration data yet. So there's still that. But the actual stuff works. Well, 1010, I could stick an Arduino on there and do all kinds of things. 278. Yeah, I intentionally just screwed this up here. Let me fix it. 278. Yeah, what did I just do there? I don't really want to add my own sensors. That feels... I mean, I'm going to add a webcam at some point for taking photos of discs, but that's going to be a different thing. Yeah, we can do that, Majenko. We'll do that as we add the calibration data. I'm kidding, did find one. Oh. Put current monitor on the tray motors, watch for the current. Honestly, that sounds like the best solution. That or the optical sensors. Just mount those by the tray to know if they're open or not. Most time saved will be on not waiting precise time for trays, but removing seconds long delay between moves. Probably, yeah. We can go look at, well, I don't, let's look at my move setup. What delays do I have between moves? So this is tray. And this is tray. Okay, so let's look at the unload. Unload low. Okay, so there's no delays there, no delays there, no delays there. There is this one, which is only for letting the motor go down for unload. So there's no delays there. Then we get to the is active. That's not actually run unless something else is happening. So the load command, there are no delays. All of the pauses that it's doing are what it does. They're just part of the command set. So I can't optimize those away. Trays do have a microswitch aside that detects a tray fully open condition. Those look like testing delays? Yeah. See, I thought I might have had them in there too. It's so long, yeah. So we've definitely determined, Yin, that it won't let you do some things until it has come fully to rest. Like you joined in when we were trying to find out if we could get it to throw a disc. And it just wouldn't let us because it will not do a disc release until it is fully stopped and waited a moment. So it has like delays built in for this stuff. So yeah, that's probably what's going on. You have to know the direct command to the drive itself to query that. I'm sure the drive can tell you it's 100% going to be drive model dependent. Well, what they were looking at using is this, which is like operating system level data requests, and then we were requesting like a specific binary data value from the CD drive device. And this being this low level of a request is part of why I don't want to deal with it. Like if we read this and then we can't trust the drive to actually output the signal at the correct time, which I think we realistically can't, then we have to add the arbitrary delay anyway. And if we're going to add an arbitrary delay, let's just make it universal. I agree that if we do this and then add a 2-second delay in case it starts the tray open and it takes 2 seconds, it would probably be better. It would be faster, but it would be 3 seconds faster. And I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. Over 100 discs that are going to take at minimum 3 minutes to rip each, we would save 900 seconds. So that would be like 9 minutes-ish. No, less. Or was it more? No, 100 seconds is 2 minutes. I mean, it's not 15 minutes. So 15 minutes of wait over what would be many, many, many more minutes of rip time. I'm saying proportionally 3 minutes per rip with 3 seconds of additional pause time is what I'm saying. Like the CD ripping is slow. I'm trying to equate the two. Yeah, 900 seconds for 300 CDs being ripped is a long time, but it's going to take. Let me just math it up here. Ooh, that was close. I almost did a bad. Yeah. I'm gonna use my just totally normal calculator. Hold on. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. So 3 minutes times 60. So 1, 2, 3 is 180. Okay. And then we want to do divide that by and we want to multiply that by something. What's the punishment for using Python calculator? Whoever redeemed it that day's name will permanently be added to the outro screen. Death, yeah. 5 hours. There you go. Thank you. I didn't have to do the math. I just waited and screwed around till Twitch chat did the math. Thank you, PJP. So yeah, 5 hours. So 15 minutes out of 5 hours of ripping. Yin, we could do that, but the thing that I'm trying to say is the issue, is that we would have to test that with every single drive. Because I have or at least many drives. Because I have a feeling some drives will lie about when the tray is open, or at least, maybe have differing opinions. Now you can pay your robots less and get more productivity, yeah. I want to say I need to relearn Nine's complement division on this thing, but no, I don't. I don't. Yeah, I cannot overstate how much I hate math in the way that it's taught, so everything from math just went in one ear and out the other, or math classes over my life. It's finally a calculation you need to do over the week and wait until the weekend to give it to chat. I mean, I use Python calculator every weekday during the week. It's only when I'm live that I can't. Okay. Like math, not mathematicians. I kind of get that. Yeah. Okay. I think we're ready to commit this. Git commit -am auto publisher ls now works as a controller. Git push origin web. If the drive is open and you query it, it seems to automatically close the drive before returning a status, which sucks. That I wouldn't have expected. Yeah, that is unusable then. My favorite part about that, Majeko, is that if it tells you it's open, in seconds it is now wrong. Vontress, no. In general, the workaround is that it is only the Python live interpreter. It might even be in the description of the point redeem. It has to be very specifically this. That is not what I'm allowed to use as a calculator. If I wrote 1 + 2 into a Python file and then ran that through the Python interpreter as a script, doesn't count. Yes, drive open. Well, it's closed now. Yeah. Could just be your method is flawed. Yeah, I think there's too many possible flaws in there. I'm just going to ignore it. We're going to go with the 5-second delay. Because again, 15 minutes over 5 hours. That's nothing. All right. I'm going to retray or recase the discs, I guess, and we're kind of done here. After inspection, the matrix goes apparently have this issue. Press it arc. No idea. Release it post 1994, pre 1999. Didn't get the bonus tracks. Okay. So kind of cool that there's bonus tracks out there, though. This is, I should say, there's no robot to recase the disc. Yes, no. What was I going to say? Something or another. We're not totally done with this yet. We'll probably work on this some more next weekend, because like I was saying, the calibration data isn't being correctly used yet, which is kind of, you know, a problem. So we need to get that set up. It's my methodology. The opening of the device makes it close the tray. The querying works. It stalls the query. It stalls in the query while the tray... Well, I do not understand what you're saying, Majenko. It's going to also take 1 hour to prep the queue as well. Another 30 minutes, put away the discs after. So, PJB, that is the main benefit to how I set it up with 2 trays. So one thing I could do right now, if I wasn't putting these all away, to demonstrate this, is, I mean, I guess I could just run it and show you. Here, let me demo a run method that this has. How it'll work. Oh gosh, oh no. And that's why I didn't want to mess with that. All the CDRs just all over the table. Because the stack didn't stack. Let me just jam a Sharpie down in that. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let me maintain the order. So, kill them all. Oh, wait, where's the disc stack? What happened? Where'd all my CDs go? I put them in the middle of the CDR stack like some kind of idiot. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. So, kill them all, and then Apocalyptica, and then Beck. Those are going in bin 1 at the very bottom, okay? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my file here, and I'm just going to remove the bottom 2. Okay, so we're going to start out with those there. All right, let me double check something in the software actually first. Load. Okay, tray close. And set bin. Retry another bin if not just found. Okay. Yeah, that shouldn't matter. Okay. All right, so I'm going to restart this. I saved the multi thing. The first 3 discs are in bin 1 right now, okay? So I'm going to start this. And it's going to go out, and it's going to grab the things, and it's going to start moving through those, okay? But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add Vangelis. All right. Hold on. F5. Start rip. There we go. And I'm going to add Foo Fighters. Start rip. Okay. So those just got added to the queue here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these and I'm going to add them to bin 2. So Foo Fighters will come after Vangelis. And then we'll have that there. It's working right now. I just want to clarify this. It's doing stuff at this moment. And I'm now going to put this bin here. There we go. So it's been working this whole time. This tray is now empty. It should now pull out Metallica and put it in bin 3. All right. I'm going to switch camera angle here. There we go. Okay, so that's going here. And now I think it's going to check for a disc here. It's going to look for Vangelis. I think that comes next. It may also try to unload next, but we'll find out. Okay, it's going to try and load. So it's going to go through this. It doesn't find a disc. So now what it's going to do, it's going to go over to this bin. And it finds a disc. And then it gets stuck because I haven't calibrated this one. Why are you going so slow? Good grief. It's not hitting anything. RHK? No. Because this would be the only time that that would ever happen. There we go. That was great. Now what's going to happen, this bin is considered done. And it's going to eject Apocalyptica now, and it's going to put it in this bin. So this bin is now considered complete, but I'm going to wait for it to put Apocalyptica in here. Ow, it really spiked that one. So this bin is now done. So the way that it works is once it detects one bin is empty, it shifts the queue over. And starts working from there. So basically what I'm saying is you can spend 5 minutes to set up the first bin and then start it and then spend the next hour working on the next one. Or however long it takes to set it up the way you want. So you can work on it in multiple steps utilizing the 2 bins. I need to actually go through and calibrate it, though, correctly. I know it was catching. It's fine. The calibration got slightly out of whack after it rammed this one. So this allows some level of asynchronous work, is what I'm saying. I'm going to go ahead and recase all of these. Although I got to wait for it to drop Vangelis in here. And now it is done. Oh wait, it still has Foo Fighters. Come on, hurry up. Give me Foo Fighters. Now you need to use a few hundred discs to rip, make it worthwhile. Don't imagine that's a problem. No, it is not. Which is the whole reason I wanted one to begin with. And there we are. So, Foo Fighters to the Foo Fighters one. Vangelis to the Vangelis one. Back to the back one. And Apocalyptica to the Apocalyptica one. So it would have been quicker to rip all these just manually doing the whole robot thing. Don't care. This was more fun. I am always about the one-time investment for the long-term payoff as well. All right. Boom. There we go. All right. I wonder how many dozens of disks are in my old Microsoft Partners folders. Have no longer works as their activation servers are gone. Yeah, that part, that's super irritating. Well, that is going to be it for today. You know, dude, it seems because they're easy, but because they generate content. I genuinely don't make my decisions based off of that, but sometimes it does just work out that way. The CD robot is functional. Like, it's ready to rock. I can start using it for ripping anytime I want now. I need to replace the drives. I'm going to just tell you, I'm going to do that off stream during the week. It's got to happen because I can't wait another week to get this done. So I will work on that throughout the week. Hopefully film it, get it made into a video. I can release next weekend. But yeah. Dude, that's so awesome that it works. Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. That's so cool. Just watching the thing work, that's going to be crazy. It's going to be so cool. I look forward to filming it. So you guys asked for a time lapse. I'm going to load in all 5 Breath of the Wild discs and all 9 Tears of the Kingdom discs and let it just chew through the 14 discs, and I'm going to film and time lapse that. Because, I mean, that's going to be awesome. It's just going to look so cool. But yeah, all right, I'm connected to the server, so I can run the outro. That'll be great. Yeah, I will. All right, well, I hope you all enjoyed this stream. We probably are going to do a little bit more work on this next weekend, but we're getting close to done. The hardware should all be done and functional by then, but we are going to have to Ginkornox, it's the soundtrack CDs. So that's what I have. Modify it for better self-publishing. What? After bringing it CD. Oh, they have some of these that have a printer built in. So if you want one that has like a color label, yeah, I would just get one of those. Anyway, what is it? Oh yeah, next weekend we will implement some of the calibration stuff because that still needs to be done. That's not working quite right yet, so that needs to be fixed. I do think I want to add a calibration mode, or at the absolute minimum, I want to get a set of directions written up for how to calibrate it without using the original software, because we're gonna kind of need to be able to do that. Well, anyone else is going to need to be able to, so yeah. But yeah, that's it for today. So, if you all enjoyed this series of streams on the Aleratec Auto Publisher LS and reverse engineering it and making it work with custom software, you may want to subscribe or follow, because I am definitely going to do more weird stuff like this again. I can't help myself. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that is it for now, and I will see you next time. And printer output.